going, and I'm sure we'll be joined by quite a few people momentarily. So good morning. My name is Teresa Purse. I'm the House Chair of Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and we have a work session / briefing today with our Education Committee. As everyone knows out in the world who follows us, we've been holding public hearings on the supplemental budget LD 1995. Once we hold those public hearings, the committees get to work and diligently look at their individual budgets for their policy committees and work those and take some straw votes on those or votes on those. And then they either report back to us via just an email, or sometimes we have the committee come and give us an in-person report back. And we're delighted today to host the Education Committee at 9:30, and then also the Health and Human Services Committee after this. I think that starts at 11 or 11:30, and I apologize that I don't know that, but someone will tell me, I'm sure. So welcome to the Education Committee. Senator Rafferty, I see that you're here and you have a number of your committee members, and I'm hopeful you might help introduce them.
I'm happy to do so, and thank you, Representative Purse. With me this morning, first of all, my name is Joe Rafferty. I'm in Senate District 34 down in the York County area. I'm looking across the screen. I have with me my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Good morning. I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
I'm kind of out of our normal order. I'm going to just use the screen to help me. So Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I'm Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield, and I'm coming to you from that spot now. I represent the people of District 148 up in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, located in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Good morning. Sheila Lyman, District 74, which is J, Livermore Falls, and Papa Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Tim Roach, District 7, Wells.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you. And Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone, especially those on the AFA committee. Ed Crockett from District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Thelma.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional Ed committee members at this time, but if you're there, raise your hand and I think you might come to the top for me. I think we've got them. Thank you, Representative.
Wonderful. Thank you again for being here. So we'll do introductions of the AFA committee. We'll start with Representative Ducharme.
Good morning. I'm Jack Ducharme, coming to you from Madison, one of the towns in my district, which also includes Norridgewock and Solon, and that's District 111.
Representative Corey.
Good morning. I've got dogs barking in the background. I'm Patrick Corey, represent House District 25, which is part of Wyndham. I told my wife not to show up at 9:35 in the morning, and here we go. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the whole family. Representative Fay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessica Fay. I represent House District 66, which is parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond. And I am very fortunate that my dogs are not currently barking.
Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Kristen Cloutier, and I represent House District 60, which is part of my hometown of Lewiston.
Representative Hymanson.
Good morning. I'm Patty Hymanson. I represent House District 4, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and Olive Ogunquit.
Representative Cardone.
Hi, I'm Barbara Cardone. I represent House District 127, part of Bangor.
Representative Martin. John, Representative Martin.
Okay.
Representative John Martin, House District 151, Northwestern Aroostook County.
Thank you. You have a little bit of an echo, so I'm not sure why. I saw Representative Millet. Is he here? Maybe he's logging back on. So I thought he was here, but I don't see him right now. Senator Davis.
Yes, good morning. My name is Paul Davis. I represent Senate District 4, which is all of Piscataquis County, parts of Somerset and Penobscot. I didn't have the link and I had to call down, probably Representative Millet's having to do the same thing.
Well, when he arrives, we'll make sure he gets introduced.
Thank you.
And then we have Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Donna Bailey, proudly serving the people of Saco, Old Orchard Beach, Hollis, Leamington, and part of Buxton in the Senate.
Thank you. And I know we have a few members en route, so as they come online, we'll make sure that they are introduced to our group. Thank you again for being here, Education Committee, for doing the work on your report back of the supplemental budget, again, LD 1995, that we're here to hear from today. Senator Rafferty, I'll turn it over to you. How would you like to proceed presenting this? You and your good co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Well, I'll start it off a little bit, and then I'm going to invite Representative Brennan to just highlight a couple of our so-called details, and in terms of and some initiatives. And if you'd like, we could walk through the budget. That's your preference.
Well, definitely we'd like you to talk about your memo to us, and then also we could quickly walk through it and then address any questions maybe at the end. I think some of you had some strong scores on strong votes. I don't know that we need to go through every line item. Maybe hit the highlights of things that might have had some divergence in opinion.
Thank you. So this will be my first time through one of these. So if I kind of get off track, please don't hesitate to get me back on. All right.
We'll bring you back. Don't worry.
Thank you. Representative Corey, thanks for breaking the ice on the dog barking, because I have two here and I never know what's going to trigger it, but certainly any delivery. But thank you folks very much. Representative Peirce, it is, and members of the Joint Standing Committee for the appropriations. I represent, obviously, are speaking in behalf of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. Before I go any further, I'd like to publicly thank them and commend them for their work this year. I think that they've, like all committees in the legislature, we've had a lot to deal with, that's going on, but I think that COVID has had a huge impact on education. And I think that most certainly the committee has done much to eliminate any potential roadblocks or obstacles and do what we can to continue to work and keep education moving smoothly. Both the governor has aided us in doing that, and the commissioner has done a tremendous job, as of all the folks in the Department of Education. So that said, I'm just going to get into our feedback for you. So over the last week and a half, the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs met to review the supplemental budget items pertaining to the agencies under our jurisdiction in the governor's proposed supplemental budget, LD 995, an act to make supplemental appropriations and allocations for the expenditures of state government, general fund, and other funds, and to change certain provisions of law necessary to the proper operations of state government for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022 and June 30th, 2023. Please consider this our recommendations regarding the relevant portions of the governor's proposed supplement budget under our jurisdiction. Attached, you will find the report back template as Appendix A, outlining the committee's vote on each relevant initiative in Part A, and the language parts under the committee's jurisdiction. The committee unanimously or by majority voted to recommend each initiative and language part under the committee's jurisdiction in. All votes recorded as unanimous were unanimous of those present. Any votes in opposition were to vote that particular initiative or language part out. So I will go to Representative Brennan. He is going to address a couple of the amendments that we included in our feedback. Representative, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, and good morning, Chair Pierce and members of the Appropriations Committee. We're very pleased to be here. Obviously, the committee worked fairly diligently on this part of the supplemental budget, and I'm glad to say that the proposals by the governor and by the Department of Education focused on many key areas within education and represent very important initiatives for the state going forward in terms of both university and K through 12. Just very quickly, the two, Senator Rafferty, you mentioned the two amendments that we had to the budget. And in fact, these came from Representative Millett. And one simply has to do with making sure that funding for the National Board salary supplements, that those will be paid for out of the application fees. And if those fees somehow are exhausted, that general fund appropriation would be used to meet that obligation. The second amendment in regards to school lunch application, we did pass legislation last year allowing for online application for free and reduced lunch. And what this simply says is that school districts must accept the data that is identified in that application online. So those are the amendments that we're offering to the committee to be included in the supplemental budget package. In addition to that, I just wanted to make some general comments. As Senator Rafferty pointed out, if you go through the next part of the budget, there are a number of pages, I didn't add them all up, that have to do with staffing and staffing positions and moving staff and changing things from general fund to federal funding and federal funding to general fund, back and forth. And I will certainly not belabor or go through each one of those individually. We would be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have about individual questions. But the long and the short of it is that when you go through that whole section, it ends up adding 6.5 staff positions overall to the Department of Education. So if somebody were to just go through each line item, they may come to the conclusion that there's a significant amount of staffing that's being added to DOE, and in fact, that's not the case. And again, I'd be more than happy to try to answer questions with our analysts about those staffing positions, but it's fairly extensive, and I don't think it's worthy of the committee time to go through each one of those at this particular point. Next, what I'd like to do, there are several important initiatives, major initiatives in this proposal, and I just would like to highlight those. And I'm not going to highlight those necessarily in order of how they appear in the budget, but just how I've written them down and how I understand those. But the very first one, obviously, is the Budget Stabilization Fund. And the governor is recommending that a special stabilization fund similar to the Medicaid Stabilization Fund be established with an appropriation of $30 million. And obviously the intent behind it is to ensure that there are appropriate resources available for the state to continue to meet the 55% obligation over time. Similar to you, one of the first questions might be, where did the $30 million come from? What metric is it tied to? And the best explanation that we've gotten at this point is that it's reflective of the original amount and percentage amount that was applied to the Medicaid stabilization unit of a 2% cost. So if you quiz me in great detail as to where that 30 million, the number comes from, I'm going to not have a whole lot of detail to provide to you. But the idea and the concept behind the stabilization and taking the resources that we have available to us now and ensuring that the state is in a position to meet that 55% obligation, I think is very worthy, and I'm hopeful that the Appropriations Committee will support the recommendation of the Education Committee. Secondly, last year, Maine became one of the first states in the country to eliminate free and reduced lunch, and basically said that everybody would be eligible for lunch in schools. There have been other states that have followed the lead of Maine on this issue, and there is money in this budget to continue that program so that all students, the 175,000 students that are K through 12 system, will continue to receive free lunch in the state of Maine. And again, I want to compliment the governor and the Department of Education for supporting this initiative. I could speak quite for the remainder of the morning about the importance of food and good nutrition and access to food for students in terms of students' performance and academic achievement. But I'm sure all of you have heard that and that you understand that, and this continues that initiative. The next major initiative is $20 million set aside for the community college. And I can go into a little bit of detail as to how that program will unfold, but it's a pilot program that's looking at encouraging high school graduates in a specific time frame to see a pathway to higher education through the community college. The one amendment that the committee did make is say that students that are eligible for the program must establish Maine residency, and they also have to be a full-time student. So again, there have been other initiatives and other attempts to, quote, provide free community college. There are a number of states across the country that have pursued similar initiatives. This one, again, as I mentioned, is a pilot project for the specific purpose of trying to capture those high school students who have been negatively affected by COVID-19 and maybe have had some of their aspirations for higher education diminished because of the virus. And this is an attempt to encourage them to pursue higher education. The next initiative is that there's close to $7.9 million. I tend to round up. I know you on the committee tend to be very specific about the amount of money that's being allocated in the budget. And it's 7.9 million that's being allocated, requested for the University of Maine system to allow them to have a flat tuition situation. So with this allocation, students at the University of Maine will not see a tuition increase over the next year.
Representative
In addition to that, pardon?
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. My good co-chair has her hand up. Did you have a question, or would you like to introduce yourself first, Senator?
Quick question. I'm Kathy Breen, Senate Chair of Appropriations. I represent 6.5 communities in Cumberland County. Representative Brennan, I just want to go back to the community college thing for a second before. When we were talking about this, there was a concern in our committee discussions that the language as it's currently drafted requires that a student graduate from a Maine high school or have a high school diploma. And we were concerned that that might leave out folks who get a GED or a high sit, whatever it's called in Maine. I'm not saying I have the language, the terminology correct, but did that arise in your committee? And did you feel like the current language included anybody who got a high school, completion document, whether that was a high school diploma or what I would call a GED?
Yeah. Senator Breen, that's a good question. And I would have to defer to Senator Rafferty or our analyst as I was not at the work session on the particular discussion of that. And the one amendment, as I mentioned, that I know we did make was regarding residency. And then again, other parts of the program was that you had to be a full-time student. It had to be a certificate program or a degree granting program that you were pursuing. And there were certain time frame in terms of when you graduate from high school. And I don't know if there had been any additional discussion about GED versus high school. I would agree with you that current practice is that if you have a GED, you certainly can apply to the community college and be accepted with a GED.
All right, well, I would just respectfully ask your committee to just,
Yep.
loop back to that issue and let us know if you think we need something specific in a language change to make sure everybody is included.
Thank you, and that's a great point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think Dave's iPhone is Senator Woodson, I believe. And I did say at the beginning that we might let everybody go through. Let's do the update of this and then ask questions, but we opened the Pandora's box. So Senator Woodson, do you have something to add to the community college?
Yes, just to answer Senator Breen's concern. Yes, all students, if they have a state certificate that is equivalent to a graduation, normal graduation, they are covered under this program. I talked to great length with President Dagler on that. But if you want more confirmation, we can check with the analysts.
Thank you, Senator Woodson and Representative Peirce. We will visit that issue and make sure that we get very clear communication to you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Anybody else have questions about the community college section of this and their proposed amended language about residency? And then the question that certainly Senator Breen had. I don't see any other hands up at the moment. So you left off with the flat tuition.
Yep. If we move from the community college, the next issue was there's also in the budget $6.8 million for the renovation of Curtis Hall at Maine Maritime Academy. And as you know, that's been an ongoing issue that this committee has dealt with, not this committee, the Appropriations Committee, for 2 or 3 years about the renovation and the importance of the renovation at Curtis Hall. And so there's a $6.8 million request to continue that renovation at Maine Maritime Academy. There's also a smaller request of $336,000 to continue programming for Jobs for Maine's graduates. That's not an expansion of the program. That's simply to continue current programming in high schools across the state of Maine. And lastly, there's $2.5 million request for the community college to expand nursing programs. And obviously there's a separate LD that addresses this issue, but there's also the request within the budget. And I think, again, the committee is well aware of the, quote, nursing shortage across the state of Maine. And this is an attempt to address that fairly quickly through the community college. So those are some of the major highlights within the budget. And again, I think these are all incredibly important, looking at how we stabilize K through 12 education, school nutrition, fund the community college with the new pilot program, fund the university, and continue to make efforts to address the nursing shortage. So unless there are questions at this point, I wanted to move on to another part of the budget that is also, I think, worthy of your attention.
So you've highlighted quite a number of things. So I think it would be prudent to stop here and just see if anyone has any questions around these bigger issues. I do have one question for Hillary, your outstanding OPLA person. When you say unanimous of those present, does that tend to be a quorum, or, I'm just curious of the numbers more than anything.
Yes, absolutely. We did have a quorum, I believe, for all of the votes. Generally, I would say we would had between 9, 10, 11 members present at all times.
Great, thank you so much. So Representative Cloutier, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I And thanks, Representative Brennan, for that presentation. I wanted to go back to the data around the breakfast and lunch program. And I'm just trying to understand, when you say that the school districts need to accept the data, have we had school districts who haven't been willing to accept the data? And I'm just kind of wondering, like, what that data is used for. So I know that in my district, we collect a lot of data, and then we don't really have a way to analyze it and to actually use it. And so my questions are sort of revolved around that.
Well, I will answer part of it. I might defer to Representative Millette to give you additional information. But obviously, the key part about free and reduced lunch is that is also used to determine disadvantaged student population within a school district that then provides the basis for school funding. So that data from the free and reduced lunch is very important in terms of the ripple effect throughout school funding. So because of the pandemic and because of the fact that we have now made everybody eligible for lunch, our participation rate in terms of returning the forms and indicating qualification for free and reduced lunch has fallen. And what this would simply do is, again, allow another avenue for people to collect that data online. And we further just want to make sure that school districts, when they collect that data, that is the data that they can use and should use to determine free and reduced lunch. And I'm going to address this issue a little bit more in Part C, but I would turn to Representative Millette at this point, and she was the original sponsor of the bill. And as was indicated in our response back to you, we intended this language to be in a bill last year, and it inadvertently was deleted. And so that's why we brought it back into to correct that within this supplemental budget. But Representative Millette, did you want to add to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you covered it very well. I would just echo that this was left out of the bill, the law in error that we enacted. I had hoped to include it in a bill that Representative Brennan had sponsored that required a report from the department around the lunch program and data. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear that that's going to happen in a timely fashion, and it's really important that we correct the mistake that was made last session. So I requested our committee to consider including it in our presentation to you, to have it included in the budget, and I'm most grateful that the committee unanimously supported that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thanks so much.
And if I could add just very quickly, Representative Cloutier, there was another bill that I had last session directing the department to do a report to look at alternative metrics for determining eligibility for free and reduced lunch. So potentially food stamp application, Medicaid application, which again is another trend across the country, not relying solely on the application of free and reduced lunch, but looking at other metrics to determine eligibility for programs. And as Representative Millette just pointed out, the department has not completed that study and has not brought that to us. But I think at some point that'll be very helpful to the Appropriations Committee to see those metrics and to see alternative methods that we might be able to use to identify eligibility for programs.
Thank you. Senator Woodson, your hand is up, but I think that might be from the answering of the question of Senator Breen. So
yeah, I apologize.
No worries. Just didn't want. I wanted your question answered if there was one.
He does that to us all the time in committee.
Well, I feel well loved then. So any other questions by any other committee members about what we've talked about so far? And if not, Representative Brennan, please continue on with what you'd like to.
Okay. If you go to Part C in your report, it's the bottom part. It's the narrative part of, and it gets you past all the staffing and everything else. But there are three very important parts that I think are worthy to highlight, and they go to Representative Cloutier's question These three, there are three items in here that specifically address student enrollment and how we determine eligibility within school funding formula. So one recommendation, which is similar to what we have had in the past year, that had to do with the declining enrollment because of COVID-19, is that the student staff ratio was reduced from 17:1 to 16:1. But it only included K through 5. And this recommendation is going to continue that staff ratio from 16:1, but it's going to also include up to the eighth grade. That will be beneficial to all school districts across the state of Maine because it means that the amount of appropriation they would get under EPS would be enhanced by going to this type of ratio, taking into consideration student loss because of COVID-19. And if I could just cover all three of them at once before we do questions. The second recommendation is increasing the disadvantaged weighting within the school funding formula from 1.15 to 1.2. So currently, if you have a student in your school district in Lewiston that qualifies for free and reduced lunch, you get a 1.15 count on that. So you get additional money as a disadvantaged student. So that weighting is going to be increased to 1.2 in recognition of the fact that we have had a reduction in students that have signed up for free and reduced lunch. So I'll just give Portland an example just because I know Portland. Typically, we have been 55 to 60% free and reduced lunch. We're now running 40 to 45% free and reduced lunch just because we haven't had the applications. We still have the same number of, quote, disadvantaged or low-income students. It's just not reflected in the application process for free and reduced lunch. So this recommendation by DOE recognizes that reduction and tries to compensate that by increasing the weighting for disadvantaged students. And then lastly, the third piece, and they're all tied together, it allows for additional allocations for school districts that have ELL students and have had a disproportionate increase in ELL students into their school districts. It allows for an additional allocation and appropriations for those services. So combined, these three initiatives should be favorable for most, if not, well, for most and many school districts across the state of Maine. It addresses the issue of increase in different populations that need different services and recognizes some difficulties that we've had on one hand by extending free and reduced lunch, but the ripple effect that it's had on the other side. So I know that's a lot to explain at one point, and if anybody has any questions to this point, I'd be more than happy to try to answer those. But I think it's very important for the Appropriations Committee to understand these initiatives because the department is trying to be very responsive to some very real issues that are affecting school districts across the state of Maine.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions by any members of the committee around those sections of Part C? Part C in your document, in your report back, begins on page 41, just in case you're looking for that. I don't see any hands up regarding that.
Then I will move right along and just highlight one other thing, and then I want to make one final point for Representative Dodge. She doesn't know it yet, but I want to make a point for her. There is also $100,000 initiative, and I believe this came from the speaker, that sets aside money to promote early childhood education programs in CTE programs, and it's an effort to try to expand childcare early education development programs within CTE centers and programs. It's a fairly small amount of money, but I think it's an initiative, worth noting.
So can I interrupt you? That's on page 43, part C-5, just so people understand what you're talking about.
Well, you're way ahead of me, Representative Peirce, because I wouldn't have been able to tell you that at all.
Well, just for those who are, following along at home. So anyway, okay. Go ahead.
And then lastly, I know those of you, Representative Peirce, have served on the Education Committee understand, and Representative Martin, who's been on the Education Committee, that we are the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. And we spend 99.9% of our time talking about school funding, community college, and higher ed, and way too little time talking about cultural affairs. And in this budget, there are several initiatives that I think are worth mentioning that have to do with cultural affairs. And the first one is that there's a $200,000 allocation to the main library system to support early childhood reading, and a national initiative. It's a special initiative that's linked to a national reading project. And I think it's important, not only do I think it's important that we support reading, but it's gratifying to see that there's an allocation to the library system, to support this. The second item, there's $110,000 to the Maine Humanities Council to provide grants to local nonprofits and local organizations to support the humanities. And again, I think that it's just important to note that it's not a huge amount of money. It's only $110,000, but it's a new allocation, and it's a new attempt to support the Humanities Council. And lastly, there's $106,000 to the Maine State Museum to hire a trained curator to help organize and systematize some of the things that we have at the Maine State Museum. So there are at least 3 different initiatives that have to do with the Maine Library System, Maine State Museum, and the Maine Humanities Council and again, the dollar amounts are not eye-popping or significant, but I think it's worthy to note that there is an effort for us to promote the cultural affairs part of our committee. And I hope that this committee will find these initiatives worthy enough to show your support as well.
Thank you so much. I've long thought that as opposed to, we refer to your education committee as EDU a lot instead of ECA, which is Education Cultural Affairs. And be nice if we made that mental shift a little bit. These are important things, I believe, personally. Any questions about any section of that Representative Brennan and the committee have highlighted for us? I'm not seeing anything else you want to give our attention to.
I think I have worn out my welcome at this point, and that I have exhausted your patience. And so I will stop at this point and ask if there's any other members of the committee that would like to, of the Education Committee, that would like to add something that I may have missed or that they would like to highlight.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Brennan, for presenting the material in a fine fashion. A couple of comments to go a little bit deeper into these 2 or 3 items. One is in regard to the student count, and it's in the neighborhood. We're down around 7,000 students statewide. And so the adjustment that was made out of the DOE, out of the Commissioner's office, was reflective of COVID and the still at the battling this COVID dilemma. But I would put forth the proposition that at some point we're going to need to return to following this school funding formula with some fidelity. As you all know, student count and property valuation are the 2 real keys in determining state aid. So I personally questioned it a little bit. how long is this going to, are we going to continue to artificially, if you will, prop this up? So it becomes a philosophical question a little bit. Secondly, that adjustment to the free and reduced hot lunch piece is critically important. It was an unintended consequence, I believe, of giving free and reduced breakfast and lunch to all students. On the financial side, so that you can put a number to that adjustment, it's around that's a $44 million adjustment that was made due to the lack of returning those free and reduced hot lunch forms. So again, that's a significant piece. I'll divert a little bit from the financial matters to the more the social matters of that. In my opinion, another unintended consequence of that is school officials and school personnel constantly look for abuse of children and what's going on in the home. One of the great indicators for us are bruises and marks on a student, but another one is that student being fed. And so there may be some unintended consequences there when we don't have that, where's your lunch money, Timmy? Or where's your lunch today? And sometimes that leads to a little bit of a follow-up, but certainly that's not a financial matter. And lastly, the $30 million stabilization fund, we had a minority report on that. And the thinking being there that if there are monies to be put aside, to put those in the regular general fund, rainy day fund, if you will, and let the governor and the cabinet determine best use for those funds forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate those comments. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little clarification on the student count. I believe that when the department walked us through their adjustments that they were recommending, we have a system where we use the average of the last 2 years. And obviously we all know that these past couple of years have been pretty detrimental because of the pandemic. My hope is, and I believe it is the hope of the department, is that as we transition out of the pandemic, that average will self-correct over time. And then that these one-off adjustments can slowly decrease in size. But obviously we want to try to hold harmless our districts from the effects of the pandemic. So that would be my hope as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to go back to the free community college program and just wondered if Education Committee members could just clarify when you added the language about residency. As you know, there's lots of different definitions of residency. So what was your intention in terms of residency in that definition? I mean, there's a tax definition, there's a residency requirement for voting, there's a residency definition for getting a Maine license. There is, of course, the one that you're probably most familiar with in education, a residency requirement for in-state tuition. So what definition do you mean, or did you intend to mean? If you could just clarify that. Thank you.
Senator Bailey, I think the intent was that the student would demonstrate that they had established residency within the state of Maine. But again, if possible, Representative Peirce, if we could have our analyst, Ms. Risler, she would be in the best position to answer that question in terms of the the definitions that you just gave, Senator Bailey. I think she'd be best able to answer that.
Absolutely. We always love hearing from Hillary.
Good morning. So I only have a bit of maybe a half answer for you. I don't think as a committee that we really delved that into that level or of which exact definition that we meant. I think the conversation around this particular issue came from some of the original language in the initiative that had to do with either being qualifying for in-state tuition or committing to live and work in Maine. And I think there were some committee members that were very concerned about the enforceability of someone saying that they're going to live and commit to work in Maine when they graduate, but then ultimately just immediately leaving the state. And so I think the intent with that language was that to remove that second piece about living and working in Maine afterwards and to focus really on establishing residency. But as a committee, we did not fully discuss exactly what that definition would be. Certainly President Dagler joined us for these conversations, and I imagine that as the Education Committee, we were probably thinking along the lines of the residency that the community college requires, but I would not say that definitively.
Okay, thank you. I think we can dig a little further into that. I think it's a good question. Any other comments, questions? Any other members of education want to make any comments?
If Representative Pierce, seeing that there are no questions, I'd just like to make one final comment. And I'm sure that the committee, the Appropriations Committee understands this and recognizes this, but I just want to thank all the members of the Education Committee. As you work through our report back, you will see any number of unanimous reports and also reports that are extremely or noticeably bipartisan. And I think the committee did a great job in really focusing on the educational issues and the things before the budget, and worked in a way that was very collaborative, and everybody had the best interest of students and citizens of the state of Maine in terms of public education while we went through that. And I think it's reflective in the votes and reflective in the report that we had. So I think it's just it was just important to highlight that, and I'm pleased that we were able to present this report to you.
Well, we certainly appreciate your time and attention and on-time delivery of what's always a larger than some other report backs that we have. So we really appreciate your time and attention.
So do we get extra points for being on time?
Sure. I don't know what that means exactly, but I'll give you some extra points. Sure.
You get a gold. Each of you gets a gold star.
Oh yeah, big gold star. There you go. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. We'll certainly follow up if we have any additional questions or clarifications that we might need. Until we see you again, thanks so much and have a good Friday. For the AFA committee, we'll be back on at 11 o'clock with our HHS report back. So thanks so much. You guys take care.
Thank you.
For AFA, we'll see you at 11 unless there's any questions from AFA members regarding that. Don't see any. We'll see you at 11. Bye-bye.
Good morning, friends.
Good morning.
Nice to see you all. The Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee has already introduced ourselves because we started with education at 9:30. But I'm hoping, Senator Claxton, that you could introduce the Health and Human Services Committee before we get started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm delighted to introduce Representative Javner.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. I'm Representative Kathy Javner, and I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot and Washington counties.
Senator Moore.
Good morning. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
Thank you. Representative Perry.
Good morning. I'm Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes the communities of Indian Township, Baileyville, Barron, Calais, Charlotte, Robinson, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Representative Griffin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levan, and Candace.
And Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is all of Elliott and parts of Kittery and South Berwick, and I serve as the House Chair.
And I'm Ned Claxton, serving as the Senate Chair. I serve Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. I would also like to take the opportunity, if I could, to introduce the staff that lets us get our work done, and starting with Sam.
Samuel Senef, and I'm staff for the HHS committee with OPLA.
And Anna.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom. I'm the other legislative analyst, and I'm also in OPLA.
And Luke Lazur doesn't need any introduction, but Luke, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Luke Lazur. I'm a senior analyst in the Office of Fiscal Program Review.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I've left anybody out yet.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Well, it's clear by your response that this committee has had a very robust conversation and a lot of hard work on the budget. And so I want to thank you all for that. And thank you for getting your feedback back to us on time. That's so impressive. Not always the case. So thank you very much. I'm aware that we have several documents that came to our committee from your committee, Senator Claxton. So for the sake of everybody, I want to be really deliberate about what we're looking at so that the public can follow along and both committees can follow along. So I understand that you have responded to the initiatives that were in the governor's proposed supplemental, and that you added some initiatives from your committee. So would you like to start on what you added, or would you like to start on with the original budget proposal?
Which would be easiest for you and the committee? We've done a lot of work together, as you have pointed out, and the committee particularly wanted to emphasize our focus on child welfare, broadly defined, and also on mental health issues and how important they are to our state. So with that in mind, I'll do it whichever way works for you.
Why don't we start with what we affectionately call the Luke doc, which is the green, normally the green sheets. Mine isn't green, but God bless Luke, he writes green document on the bottom, even when it's white.
So referring to the official letter that we have forwarded, the one that's dated March 17th, that consists of prose and a list of bills.
Yes.
At the bottom are the lines that we voted on in the bill, in the supplemental, that where there were divided reports.
Okay.
And so, for instance, line item number 8 is would give with additional support for hiring travel nurses for Dorothea Dix.
Mm-hmm.
And in the current circumstances, the majority of the committee felt that that would be important for them to continue their mission with the hope that it wasn't all going to be spent. And that was the same on line 13.
Okay.
And 16, 17.
Yep.
So that's where those 3 came from. Any questions about those?
No.
Okay.
Senator Claxton, I would just reference the line items that we're referring to on our response back relates to the green document, not the governor's supplemental budget itself.
Right, I'm sorry. Right.
Just
Thank
make
you for that.
clear.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank
As
you.
I said, we've worked closely together and they're always helping me. The rest of the team is. All right. So the green document, Luke document, on line 26 and 27 was funding for a homeless youth program. And any questions about that? That was a divided, all of these are divided reports. And then on line 41 was some changes.
Excuse me. Sorry, Senator Claxton. Representative Cloutier has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Claxton. So I guess I would just like, and maybe this is a conversation after we go through everything, just some clarity on sort of why folks weren't on board with that, what the concerns were, I guess.
Well, I know better than to speak for the committee, so I will defer to the folks who voted against it for them to offer up their thinking, if you wouldn't mind.
Senator Moore, do you want to address the minority position on these things?
Yes, I certainly can, Senator Green. Thank you so for the opportunity. When we were looking at lines 26 and 27, what this was actually a budget initiative for $2 million to minimally fund the homeless youth services statewide. And we just felt that the fiscal note on that was just too expensive. And it was actually Medicare costs of operation. Most of these folks would qualify for main care, but we just felt like for the fiscal note itself that we could not support this initiative.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Senator Moore.
You're welcome.
Okay. And then on line item 41 is childcare services and salary supplements. This was an initiative to add some resources to the department. A social services manager 1 position and a management analyst 2 position. And salary and stipends, ARPA money initially and general fund later on at about $200 a month to supplement the daycare providers.
So if I may speak to that, Senator Breen?
Sure.
While the minority, we supported the fact, let me back up a little bit. As we all know, the child care supplement for the ARPA actually is expiring at the end of September. And so what this initiative did, it started out was to continue to provide the $200 extra per month stipend. We didn't have a problem with that. However, this whole initiative turned out to be way more than that, where they are adding the additional 2 positions. There was a lot of conversation about they are going to be moving to a tiered reimbursement based on education and opportunities to encourage the providers to actually expand their educational purpose and so forth. But the bottom line was $12 million. And it was going to be an ongoing $12 million to be put into the baseline. And that's where we had to draw the line and say we couldn't support that large extreme to that point.
Okay, thanks.
Lines 53 to 57 related to the Office of the Attorney General funding for some services to DHHS. This was couched in terms of being similar to basically the internal contract for IT support. This was OAG support for DHHS.
All right. If there are folks who have a question specifically about the minority position on each one of these items, if you could just raise your hand, then I will move over to Senator Moore and let that conversation proceed. But if not, we'll just keep going. Thanks.
Okay, and then on line 66 through 67, the plan was to add a legal advisor to DHHS to handle some of their internal legal needs. Our understanding was that this was developed in conjunction with the Office of the Attorney General and corresponds with language DD. Lines 68 to 71 was similar in that the Office of Attorney General and the demands on it have increased, so this was an addition of an Assistant Attorney General. Lines 72 to 73 were expansion of the licensing and certification department to include a chief operating officer.
Senator Moore, can you elaborate on the minority position on that?
Yes, Senator Brain, I sure can. Thank you for that. What this was doing was actually adding an additional position that was going to be the chief operating officer. And the salary itself, or the fiscal note on that, was quite large, and it was going to be in the baseline. And so we felt like there was enough staffing already in the department that if they needed to have a chief operating position, that they could at least maybe promote one internally. We did see some promotions that were included in the supplemental budget, and we felt that there was not a need to add an additional position, but rather maybe have someone in the department assume that position.
Okay, thanks.
Line 75 to 77 would transfer one social service program manager, and so it was movement of personnel and to align funding with the work being performed, and supplement in the Office of Aging and Disability Services. Line 91 was transitioning a case manager, as I recollect. Use the noise. Provide one-time funding for emergency transitional case manager because of the demands of tracking and keeping on top of COVID-related funding expenditures.
Okay.
92 was language to transfer unallocated surplus from general fund to the main care stabilization fund. That's the, and that goes with language FF.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Can I ask a general question about vulnerabilities for the main care stabilization fund? What does the committee think are the vulnerabilities 5, even 10-year range? Why would we have to use the main care stabilization fund?
That would depend upon the number of people enrolled. It would depend upon the aging of the population of folks who are enrolled with main care and the cost of services going up. And those would be a couple of variables I can think of right off.
What about provider tax and rate increases?
That's what I was referencing when I said cost of providing services going up, cost of providers getting better compensated, and revisions to main care rates as we finish the rate determination process catch up. Those are all hypothetical as far as I'm concerned. I can't quantitate those.
Representative Hymanson, do you have a follow-up or should I call on Representative Fay?
No, I'm set. Thank you.
Sure. Representative Fay? Oh, that was an accident. Never mind. Go ahead, Senator Claxton.
So 97 to 98 was an additional person in the main care services office. And personnel, it'd be 3 planners, a coordinator, and a management analyst to make permanent what had been established by an executive order in June, or would be expiring. The funding for that would be expiring in June. All right. 119 to 120 is supplemental payments to the hospitals, one-time funding, and attempt to keep hospitals closer to whole.
If I may comment, Senator Breen, that would be all right.
Sure.
As you can see, the minority, we voted that we recommended or encourage use of the main care stabilization funds rather than the general fund. And I do want to add, addressing also Representative Hymanson's comment, currently the balance of the main care stabilization fund is $54 million, $54.5 million. That is minus the 14.5 that was returned to the Fund for Healthy Maine. And I know Representative Hymanson, when you were the chair, at that point in time, when we went for main care opening up for open enrollment, we were concerned. We didn't know what the cost would be to the department. And that's why X amount of funds were set aside for the main care stabilization. Well, here we are on down the road now, 3 years later, and we feel like it has somewhat stabilized. There hasn't been that influx of people enrolling in main care. And so that's why we're thinking that if you've got 54.5 and now they're asking to put 30,000 more in there, that there is quite a pool of money there that should be available for one-time funding of things such as the hospital, the nursing homes, the assisted living. Those are very, very important. And they do need some additional assistance to it. And that's why we're recommending, instead of the general fund being used, that the main care stabilization fund being used, because there's sufficient funding, we feel, in that bucket for use.
Thank you.
So lines 92 and 93 were funding for family planning agencies in the state, because they had not been able to keep up with their visits and their compensation during the last couple of years. So that was the initial ask there on the green sheet. Okay. On 218 to 224 was nursing facility, residential care facility add-on payments. As I get to that.
And I can see there, that's a difference of where the funds come from. It's same thing, rather use main care stabilization fund.
Yes.
Thank you.
And 225 to 230 was the same issue. This was a one-time funding for long-term care providers, and it was felt that that should come out of the stabilization fund. $231 to $232 was for the Office of Family Independence, and that would add 14 limited period eligibility specialists and one supervisor until June of 2024 because of increased demands on the department, and transition to a new electronic system that would hopefully make everything more efficient. That latter part not being included in this line. And line 233 to 34 was an associate director within the Office of Health and Population Equity. And line 238 was the moving or staffing of the health and environmental testing labs with 2 chemists or 3 chemists specifically focused on PFA testing.
On PFAS testing.
What are they? Yeah, PFAS, PFA.
PFAS,
Yeah.
it was both the equipment and which I think we were unanimous on. However, the committee split along party lines on the individual who would operate the equipment.
Representative Fay has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was hoping that Senator Moore could maybe shed a little light on the concerns around the positions for PFAS testing.
I'd be happy to, Representative Fay, and thank you for the question. I think what our concern is that adding, we totally support the testing of the PFAS. We know how important that is. That is a very hot and important topic across the board. We just feel like there is a heavy set of employees in the CDC, and we feel that they could transfer some other of the existing chemists to that position, especially since we're winding down, some of the testing for the COVID. So we feel that there's sufficient staffing that, again, they could maybe reorganize or reassign other chemists to take over doing that testing with the new equipment. We support the new equipment. We just think that they could transfer within the department.
Senator Claxton, I just want to go back to your opening about how and it's in the second paragraph of this document, how the committee would like to emphasize the particular importance of supporting child welfare reforms and mental health services. I guess I would invite you to say a little bit more about that and highlight there the places in your report back where you are addressing both of those topics, and give us any background that you'd like to share.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It became pretty quickly clear in this session that child protection would be a priority item. And over time, we expanded that in our thinking really to talk about child welfare, which is a much broader spectrum from conception into childhood, and wanting to make sure that we, quote, went upstream to try and prevent kids ending up in contact with the child protective system. So that was the focus as it evolved. And as part of that language conversation, we became more comfortable using the term primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention, with primary prevention being those things we can do to help youth and families be healthy and thrive. Secondary prevention being those things we can do that would intervene when kids are recognized at being high risk because of some particularly significant behavior or mental health problems or learning disabilities. And the tertiary prevention aspect would be focused on those kids who we weren't able to keep out of trouble and ended up in the foster care system. So with that thinking in mind, we presented this compilation of the bills that we supported related to children and mental health to the folks at GOC. And as part of that, I was given some homework by Representative Senator Commissioner Sullivan Millet. So I went home and created, I had already started that kind of work for all of the HHS bills where we could get to some significant agreement. And so the Millet child welfare bills spreadsheet that I circulated, I'm not sure if anybody's looking in that. The first four are items that have already been dealt with. They were either on the AFA table or had made it as far as the House before and hadn't made the Senate yet. So that's the top four. The next four were ones where we either agreed unanimously or on a 12-to-1 vote about things that we could be doing that would make a difference for kids at multiple different stages in that, or multiple different parts of the spectrum, from wellness to involvement with child protective. So that's why I laid out on that spreadsheet, those top 8 are our biggest priorities. And after that, it was divided reports in terms of how much we could expand to do further things to protect kids. And I'd be glad to speak to any of those line items if that would be helpful.
I'm trying to put my hands on that document.
Okay, that was a late submission to your clerk, so that may not be fair. I don't know if she distributed it electronically or not. I'd offer to screen share if somebody can walk me through that.
A couple people have their hands up. Representative Fay?
I was gonna ask where I could find that spreadsheet because I can't seem to locate it either.
All right.
Representative Cloutier, do you have something?
Yeah, so while we're trying to locate that, I was hoping we could dial back to line items 8, 13, and then 16 and 17, and just get a rationale from Senator Moore on those as well.
Sure.
Yes, thank you, Representative Cloutier, for the question. On these here, the reason that we didn't approve that, to me, it's almost like you're approving in advance overtime and you're including in your budget overtime. And so what this was doing was establishing a fund to set it aside so that they could continue to hire traveling nurses. And the cost, of course, as we all know, is very, very expensive. And so that's why we felt like the money would be better spent and getting the actual nurses to be on staff rather than setting aside funding for travel nursing. So that's why we voted against that portion of the bill or the budget.
Thank you.
So Senator Claxton, I have Representative Millet, I see your hand. Just one second while I'm chasing paper. I have a one-page sheet that our analysts did print out that's HHS committee proposed new initiatives. Is that what you're talking about, or is there something more specific to child welfare?
There's something more specific to child welfare, known affectionately as the Millet Child Welfare Bills list. And Millet, sorry. And I can send that to the committee for look later on, or I can walk through it line by line, whichever is easier. I think it's in the possession of your clerk, having mailed it, but I defer to her and whether I sent too much too late.
Okay, let's see what Representative Millet has to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Claxton. I want to apologize. I made an inappropriate request of the good senator because he was in the process of briefing the Government Oversight Committee last Friday. And I think in typical fashion, he covered all of the bills that were before the HHS committee that might be usable in helping to satisfy all of us who are concerned about the state of children being abused and the deaths that have occurred in recent years. And I asked him, for the benefit of government oversight, first and foremost, could he consolidate those bills that were in the committee's possession that might become tools for putting together a comprehensive attack on the child welfare, child protection system. Not an attack is not the right word, an action plan that would help us be confident that we were going to be able to leave here in April, knowing that we've done a lot to improve that system. So he did this work over the weekend. I should not have asked for it. It is in my possession, and I forwarded it to the Government Oversight Committee. But I don't know that it really, Senator Breen, is before this committee today as a budgetary issue. It's more of a compilation of strategies for addressing the child protective problem.
Is it something that the HHS committee has taken action and voted on?
It's simply a listing of the bills that we have had in our possession this session. So the first four we had already dealt with in the chambers, and three of them are sitting on the AFA table already. That would be LD 432, 582, and 1501. We all felt we unanimously felt that those were high priority. LD 496 was also felt to be the same. That had been to the House and been passed there, but we agreed unanimously from the committee that that ought to be funded too. Then we looked at the bills that came out during the second session, which were unanimous. And one was to improve job training and the educational opportunities for TANF recipients. That is 1748 and referred to as the LIFT report. We built off of that bipartisan effort in 129th to use the information we got from the LIFT effort to shape some policies that would make the training and more accessible for TANF recipients to get them into the workforce. So it became a workforce initiative that was supported actually by the Chamber of Commerce. So that was 1748, that was unanimous. 1848 was a commitment to increase the availability of assertive community treatment by changing.
Just pardon me, Senator Claxton, I think our clerk just sent it. What if, you know what, Judith, can you give Senator Claxton screen sharing capacity, and then he can share it with us? Look, it looks like my co-chair has her hand up. Representative Peirce.
Thank you. I think screen sharing would be wonderful. I did notice when you started talking about LDs, though, on the fourth page of your memo to us, talks about a couple of those LDs. So I don't know if that's the section or not that we're talking about.
Well, at the risk of confusing things, I have confused things. So I was just trying to capture and get my arms around those bills that would be most valuable for child welfare. And I regarded Representative Millet's request as an honor, not a burden, because it helps me see and package these in a way that I can understand. If that's not helpful to the committee, we can just keep walking through the document.
No, why don't, if you have the document, Senator Claxton, I think you've probably gotten permission to screen share.
Okay, let's.
You want to put that up? That I think that would be helpful. Oh, I don't. She says Judith thinks she doesn't have that capacity. You have to make him a co-host. and then he can do that.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know that.
Yep,
Sorry for the hassle.
it's okay.
I have a share screen button that's lit up.
There you go.
And I have no idea how to, well, let's see what happens if we share. I'm going to retire this to the desktop. I have not done screen sharing on this end. I've been the beneficiary on the other. Yeah, and I can't get it to a place where I can share it that I know of.
All right, let me see if I can find it in my email. And act like I know what I'm doing.
I have too many screens open.
Okay, I'm gonna. All right, I'm gonna go back now and try to share what's on my screen. Let's see if how this goes.
Oh, did I get it?
You did it.
Somebody did it. I don't know if it was you, Senator Breen, or me.
You know,
whatever, it worked.
What's that saying about sometimes any squirrel can find a nut, something like that? All right, does that look familiar, Senator Claxton?
It looks very familiar. And
All
as
right.
I referenced before, the top 4 items are those that we've already dealt with or has been dealt with to a significant extent. And we just felt that they should be funded in the current cycle. So that's why we listed them first. Those were all unanimous votes out of HHS in the first session. The next bills, which would include, as noted, would be the ones that are background lit, would be 372. That was an 11-1 vote. So that was pretty close to unanimous on the 4th line, 5th line. And then the other 3 that are back or that have shading, 1748, 1848, and 1853 were all unanimous, ought to pass. And I had started to talk about LD 1748, which was the LIFT report, feeling that was a jobs creation and would help stabilize families as a major contributor to child wellness. 1848 would include, would increase access to assertive community treatment, which has been very helpful to families at high risk. And then 1853 was the major effort, and we bundled together a bunch of recommendations from Casey family and from the child welfare panels, and instituted a system where there would be quarterly reporting over the next 2 years by the panels and by the Office of Child and Family Services to HHS to monitor progress on the recommendations from Casey and the child welfare panels. Those are the ones where we were unanimous or essentially so. The other bills that got were divided reports along party lines were 393, which expanded services to families as they came in contact with or were identified as being high risk or came in contact with the Office of Child and Family Services. Part of that expanded the kinship budget, since so many more of our kids now are in kinship care than they were before, and the budget hadn't increased prior. And there's also an increase or an addition to the contingency fund, because periodically there are expenses that come up that help families weather an unexpected event on their way to reunification. The other part of that bill from Representative Meyer was to add a child welfare coordinator. And that position would make sure that across governmental resources, that the efforts were well organized, structured, and integrated. So that was one of the divided reports. The next one you should be familiar with, Senator Breen, is 533. That would extend what had been a pilot and has good documentation of success to a statewide effort to intervene early for kids who are recognized as having significant behavioral issues and trying to keep them out of the system. That was a divided report. And 1574 was temporary help for the IDD community in res care for a limited number of clients, and that was a significantly divided report. 1824 has just today been turned into a study of the value of legal services provided early on in the family's experience with HHS. And so that went from a involvement of indigent legal services to a study to see what was being done in other states and how that could be better funded. I see a question or a hand up.
Oh, Representative Cardone.
Yes, when you say indigent legal services, are you talking about access to civil legal services outside the court system? Or are you talking about court-appointed attorneys within the court system? Because in many of these cases, when there's a safety assessment, there isn't a lawsuit, there isn't a child protective action that's brought within the court yet. So there isn't any mechanism to appoint an attorney at that point. So I'm just wondering if you can clarify what you're talking about in that bill.
There is some evidence. Thank you for that question, because I think this is an important consideration. There is evidence that getting families who have been notified that the safety assessment is going to start, and getting the families both, and it may involve several attorneys because the parents may not be on the same page. There is some evidence that getting them the information they need, they're apparently more likely to comply with safety measures and some other things. So this would be outside and before the court process becomes official.
Okay, and the reason, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because in the state of Maine, those are two very different mechanisms and two very different commissions and different funding streams. So that was my question as to where are we looking at providing for counsel for these folks. And from my personal experience, I agree with you. I have had situations where people who have called me and said, this is what's going on, I'm concerned, da, 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 can you help me? I do think it's beneficial for them to have legal counsel early on in the process, before any sort of child protective proceeding gets filed. So thank you for looking at that.
And that was the basis for our entertaining this, and there being some support from it. It was appreciated in our conversations with the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services that they might well have the capacity, and that there were some steps we needed to take before any sort of contract evolved. So that's how, as it became a study this morning, it was converted to a study to bring, people who would be touched or stakeholders together to look at how this is being funded in other states without using general fund dollars was one of the issues, but also with timing sequence and a bunch of other things.
Okay, you mentioned the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. They're the folks who are court-appointed counsel, paying for court-appointed counsel. And it usually doesn't happen doesn't happen until there's a case filed. So that's a different stream than what I thought you were talking about. But this is a study at this point, and
Yes.
we'll leave it at that. I don't think
Legislative study.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Representative Meyer, anything else you want to add? Or
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just to clarify further that this bill will now be a legislative study. That's not been voted on yet.
Okay. Representative Perry?
I was just going to say that it has come up for reconsideration.
That's right.
To do the study. We're waiting to vote on it once we get the language.
Thank you.
So 1825 was initially the intent being to limit work and drive hours for caseworkers because of reports of people working way too many hours and putting kids at risk potentially and transporting them. So it evolved into a system whereby with approval of a supervisor, somebody could be commissioned to work more than what are currently hours available for caseworkers, but that would be tracked to see how often that was happening. The hope is that with the addition of coverage on nights and weekends, that a lot of that overtime work that has been really hard on our caseworkers would go away and make it a lot easier to be compliant, and that there wouldn't be any use of this mechanism. So that's where that one stood, 1825. 1850 was, should be very familiar to Representative Hymanson, as that's where we ended up in terms of an aggressive attempt at care coordination for those kids involved with child welfare, child protective. And this would involve high fidelity wraparound services for those families to try and do everything we could to promote reunification.
Representative Hymanson, go ahead.
And if I can just say that in our ARPA, we put in $8 or $12 million into high fidelity wraparound for a different group. These are kids who are at risk for correctional involvement. And there's an overlap there. So this would be an expansion of that program that's in Maine and coming to Maine to be expanded, and also part of the Families First funding, federal funding. So there'll be a significant 50% match. And it would expand into these kids who are at risk in child protection.
Thank you. So we have several members of government oversight. I know on appropriations, we have Senator Bailey and Representative Millett. There might be people on HHS on government oversight as well. I have the distinct feeling that Representative Peirce?
I just wanted to add that Representative Fay has joined government oversight as well.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Yeah, so.
And Holly Stover is co-chair.
And Senator Bailey is co-chair?
Holly Stover, Representative Stover.
Okay. So my question, Senator Bailey, was there something else I missed?
Representative Arata.
Representative Arata. Oh, well, okay. So our two committees are well represented on GOC. Obviously, I'm not on GOC. My question to my colleagues is GOC gonna have a big child welfare package that they're gonna recommend to the legislature and with funding requests attached? I suspect, well, if they're recommendations, they're generally not free. So I'm hoping to get a sense of if and when that will be coming out of GOC. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that kind of relates to a question that I had for Senator Claxton on one of these bills. What I can tell you is we are receiving the first of two OPEGA reports on March 25th. I would expect that that report will have some recommendations. And whether, those recommendations come through GOC or through the HHS committee, I think you're right to expect something. And so we should know more on the 25th. The other report is not due until the fall. So I don't know that that would necessarily affect this supplemental budget or change package. And so related to that, I did want to just clarify with Senator Claxton on 1853 and the quarterly reporting. The blurb here says on recommendations by Casey, by which I think I assume you mean the safety science people and the CW panels. Does it also include the OPEGA recommendations? And if not, could we perhaps add those again without knowing what they might be, but just to ensure that those are followed through on as well? Thank you.
And the language was crafted for 1853 to include the phrase "at a minimum." So we can certainly, and we've done it before without legislation, ask OCFS to report on certain issues. So that would be a logical addition to that work.
Representative Jabner?
Thank you very much, Senator Breen. I really just want to emphasize the pieces. There are many initiatives in our green document from Luke that specifically quote, that they are from the Casey report. And even to the point, as everyone has heard, normally the minority reports for adding new positions, we tend to vote against those. However, line 30 in the green document adds, 16 child protective services caseworkers. That was a unanimous report. We are very united on this front as a committee for putting forward those pieces that the Casey, report has brought to our attention. And we want to make that happen. Even on this document that Senator Claxton has provided, the LD 393, even though it's a divided report, many of those pieces are included as initiatives in our budget, in the supplemental budget, and those were all voted unanimously. So there are a plethora of line items in our budget that you will see that are total unanimous for these specific reasons of supporting child welfare reforms and that were brought about from the Casey report. I just really want to make that emphasize that.
Great. Thank you very much for clarifying that. So I'm just looking at the clock and realizing maybe if you want to transition over to the other prioritized issue, Senator Claxton, in your report back was mental health services.
Sure.
And would like to give you the opportunity to show us how you focused on that and how you're expressing your priority on that through this feedback.
And if we can get that up and shared, I think that would be good too. If it's not available already to you all.
What is the that?
So that would be another spreadsheet that is HHS priorities. And it's on my printout, it's not labeled, so that makes it more confusing. So I will just, how would it be if I just walk through the LD numbers? Or
is it something you sent to us?
It was a companion to the sheet that you have up now.
Okay, well, let me see. Let me ask Judith to send it to me or send it to the committee, and I can try to put it up.
Yeah.
I'll stop screen sharing for now.
Good Chair.
Yes.
We actually had it in the email that was just sent. It's another attachment.
Different attachment. Thank you.
But you were so good at screen sharing that, sorry. Now, I mean, I could try.
You see how quickly I get out of my depth here. Okay, I think I have it. I'll try to screen share again, see if that works.
Here we go.
There you have it.
All right.
So if we can go to the top, you can see that the first, as was before, the first 10 of those have largely been dealt with. They've made it to the AFA table, or they've made it through the House. The line 1841 is a reference to the fact that and on a bill that the governor's already signed, we made some of the blood spot testing double in price, but didn't do anything to offset that expense to the hospitals. So they were incurring an additional $550,000 worth of expense. This was a initiative to have Maine Care work out a reimbursement system for those expenses for any test that was run. So those have largely already been dealt with. 1841, it has been passed, but that line highlights an initiative that came out of the committee. And we thought that all these should be funded. As it is, 4 of them have already been referenced with regard to the change package. So that would need to be updated. That wasn't available when I put this together. So those are the 10 for what represents issues from the first session. The next 10 are starting with 1729, are items where the committee was unanimous in terms of things that should be supported in the supplemental, and they were moved in. And so I've highlighted those. I can talk about each one line by line if you want. Would that be helpful?
No, it's all right. I mean, I think the fact that so many of these costs are still pending, you know, but I get I mean, I guess if other folks want to go through it line by line, we could, but if anybody has any particular questions about any of these lines, this would be a good opportunity. Representative Cloutier.
So not a question, but I just wanted to, I guess, point out that 1868 isn't a general fund expenditure. It's a fund for Healthy Maine.
Thank you.
Luke would make short work of these, but 1853, where it says the fiscal is pending, we just found out that it's minimal and doesn't have a dollar figure attached to it. And that's the one that we talked about when it showed up on the child welfare spreadsheet.
All right. I think I'll move down to the next set.
If I can just highlight 2 of them, I'd like to.
Sure.
1993, near the bottom of the backgrounded areas. We spent a bunch of time talking about progressive treatment plans for those folks with anosognosia, those with serious mental illness who don't know they need help or don't fully appreciate how much help they need. One of the best approaches to that has been PTP. And 1993 would set up a liaison. We've changed that word in DHHS and the Office of Behavioral Health to help circulate information about how best to apply, use, initiate progressive treatment plans for those folks who really need help to stay out of our hospitals and our emergency rooms and psych hospitals and jails. So that's what that does. It would establish a position called liaison. 1994 is a corollary to that. One of the biggest barriers we found in committee work that was done and in bill conversations we had was that paying for initiating a PTP application was prohibitively expensive for certain organizations and would easily run into the $800 by the time you assemble all of the requisite forms and you make your case as you build your case before it goes to district court asking for a PTP designation. So we established a fund to cover the cost of that for about 200 people. Since our use of the PTP in Maine is so much lower than it is in New Hampshire and other states, we felt that we should do something about removing that particular funding barrier for the people like locally Tri-County Mental Health, who have to fund that basically out of donations. Right now, if they identify a person who would benefit from being on a PTP plan. So those are two that I wanted to highlight.
Thank you.
Okay.
Shall we move down?
Sure. And these were, again, bills that we variously thought ought to pass with varying degrees of support. You've seen 393 referenced before around kids, the expansion of that program. We've talked about 533 from Senator Breen, and 1574 was probably displaced by the considerations for the IDD community in the bills above. 1792 was a wage boost. It's a rate bill of $3 an hour for folks who worked at Dorothea Dix and Riverview Psychiatric Centers because of the challenges of their work environment. A number of folks thought that they should get a bump up in pay. We've already talked about 1824, which has become the study, and 1825, which became a tracking process for how often somebody had to get permission from a supervisor to work above reasonable hours. 1850 we've talked about as the wraparound, high fidelity wraparound that came out of ARPA funding. And 1915 was a recognition of how important intensive case managers are and allow them to bill for services outside of direct face-to-face, but for all of the collaborative work that needs to go on to coordinate care for kids. So that was a recognition of that. And we're still working on 1968. That hasn't been voted.
Any questions on any of those specific items? All right. Well, I'm thinking that it might be time to wrap up. We have a work session at 1 o'clock, and I'm just trying to figure out from my committee's perspective if there's anything that we want to drill down on in the report back while we have folks here. Representative Hymanson and then Representative Fay.
Thank you. I just can't let this committee go without saying thank you for your hard work. Having been on the committee for 3 terms, 2 as chair, I continue to be so proud of your work for all the vulnerabilities that people in Maine have. So thank you for your hard work.
Representative Fay?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have this other sheet that says budget HHS committee proposed new initiatives that I maybe I missed it. Did we go through that?
I think that those were their initial pass, and that that this is all in the in those documents we just looked at. But I will defer to the Senate chair if I'm incorrect about that.
Yeah, the one I wanted to highlight was the one that's already under language that's already been referenced by Representative Javner, was the 13-0 vote to support the changes in the Child Welfare Ombudsman's Office. That's a huge piece of legislation, very important, and lets that office stand alone as a separate entity, create its own budget, and hire people to meet the needs. So it does some other things, but that was the important piece there, out of language. Most important piece out of language.
Are there any other questions from approps to our friends from HHS? All right. Well, I will echo Representative Hymanson and say thank you very much for all your hard work. I know you have more coming. You're nowhere near done. So Godspeed to all of you. And we will certainly have our analysts get a hold of your analyst if we have any more questions, in the weeds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to have done this work with this group.
All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and not seeing any other hands up or anything. So I will say farewell to our friends on HHS. And I will remind appropriations members that we're going to be back here at 1 o'clock to vote on some bills that have had public hearings last year in our committee. And we're going to have a work session on those 3 bills this afternoon. Any questions from AFA before we take a break? All right. Oh, lawyers Maureen probably has something important to tell me.
I think you also in your afternoon agenda have that you're going to take a pass at 2 report backs, voting on those. In
That's
addition,
right. Yes, report backs from transportation and from health coverage, insurance, and financial services. And we're going to do a pass through those with liberal tabling. So if we haven't, if you haven't caucused it fully, we're just going to do a first pass. Okay. All right, so we will see you back here at 1. Thank you. Hi, folks. Appropriations is back on mic. We are going to be doing a work session on LD 327, LD 329, and LD 339 on those three bills. And then we're going to do an initial pass through a couple of report backs, namely transportation and health coverage insurance and financial services. I'm going to turn the floor over to our analyst, Maureen Dawson, to walk us through the LDs that we're working on first. Maureen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you want to start with LD 327?
Sure.
Okay, LD 327, I didn't send you any write-up on it because it is a concept draft and it proposed well, the title is Act to Return Surplus Money to Maine Taxpayers, and it proposed to, as a concept, place in general fund only the amount necessary to cover outstanding obligations of the state required by law. And then after that, transfer of the funds that are required to meet legal obligations, 75% would go back to the taxpayers and 25% to the Maine Stabilization Fund. And I believe the sponsor had asked for those percentages to be changed. And there was testimony, and it wasn't clear to me, and I'm not sure whether or not that the intent or whether your intent, you can do anything you want with this bill, it's especially being a concept draft, was to use the cascade in some way to amass surplus money at the end of a fiscal year and return that to the taxpayers, much like back in I think it was the 125th, there was a provision put in the cascade to amass money and then use that as when it reaches a certain level to reduce taxes. So I wasn't sure, and like I say, you can propose anything you want, whether or not that was what was the sponsor had in mind, or whether or not there was something else that the sponsor or you or anybody else had in mind to do with that. But so sorry to be vague, but that's almost the nature of a concept draft.
Understood. Are there any discussion, any questions on the bill before we take any motion on it, to take any action? Representative Millett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Referring to Maureen's comments about the hearing and the uncertainty, I think at the time the sponsor defined surplus as any money left over after the budget had been approved and debt service and other obligations were met. And he did propose at the time of the hearing to modify it from 75% going back to the taxpayers and 25% to the budget stabilization, to modify those numbers from to 90 and 10%. That is my recollection of the initial intent of the sponsor, and as you recall, that was way back in mid-January, and we've since had a new revenue forecast and the supplemental budget and so on. So when you're ready to discuss motions, I would like to make a motion, Madam Chair, but I'm not going to rush that until you're ready.
Thank you.
May I just to clarify, and I think this committee is keenly familiar, there is what Chris puts out in his status sheets. Those are budgeted fund balances, which are anything that's the forecasting committee, revenue forecasting committee forecasts less the amount that the legislature has appropriated, plus adjustments for any transfers the legislature has authorized or made into law. So that is budgeted fund balance.
surplus at the end of a fiscal year is the amount in excess of forecasted revenue, plus any lapsed general fund appropriations that gets added to and some adjustments. So, and it's often not by you, because you're, like I say, you're intimately familiar, but it's often confused by members of the public. So that when you say surplus, if you mean at the end of a fiscal year, that's only defined at the end of the year after all of the revenue have come in and the adjustments have been made by the controller. And so at that point, anything forecasted, any increase in a forecast is not part of a year-end surplus because it becomes part of your budgeted fund balance. So there's a distinction between end of year surplus and budgeted fund balance. I don't know if that'll guide you in your thinking here, but I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that difference.
Any questions for Maureen on what she just articulated? All right, well, I think Representative Millett, do you have a motion?
I do. And Madam Chair, I would say it is our intent to try to move forward on the pandemic-related payments that were discussed in the State of the State and in the supplemental budget, and for which the language and numbers have changed somewhat since then. So I would like to move, ought to pass in new draft 4LD 327 with an emergency preamble, making it a resolve, same title, to return surplus monies to Maine taxpayers with the emergency preamble on it, and utilizing the language in Part L, create a couple of sections dealing with transfers of a defined amount of money from the general fund unappropriated surplus to another special revenue fund with a name as spelled out in language Part L, the COVID pandemic relief program, and utilizing the numbers in the first supplemental modified by the revenue forecast update and the governor's comments on March 1, and the change package as we've been heard detail on it today, increasing that transfer number to 682 million from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund to this COVID relief payment, other special revenue fund, for the purpose of providing payments to help eligible Maine citizens recover from economic impacts from the epidemic related to coronavirus 2019. And that fund would be utilized to make payments to the eligible people as defined in the income standards and the residence and other requirements for tax filing as spelled out in Part L. And we would like to include some language which would stipulate earlier transfers than were in the original Part L language, so that to the extent possible, we would like to see the transfers made electronically. And the language that we would use would be to say payments shall be made by electronic funds transfer. Any payments by check or draft or similar paper instrument shall be processed only after eligible individuals for whom electronic data and distribution is not possible. So we've utilized some deadlines. We'd like to start the program no later than June and make those payments electronically where possible, and get the money back in the hands of the taxpayers sooner rather than later. So we do have a draft without a draft of the preamble, but in concept, if I go back and just say it one more time in shorthand, we'd like to.
Can I interrupt for a second, Representative Millett?
Yep.
Have you shared? If I missed this amendment in my inbox, that's my fault. But I haven't seen the amendment that you seem to be introducing today. So I don't feel like I personally can vote on any. And did you send it out?
Not to everyone. Maureen has it if it's okay with her, and she's in a position to. I would welcome it being shared with the committee.
This feels like a lot to digest in this work session. So, Representative Peirce, did you want to make a motion? You're on mute.
Sorry. Yes, the lot to digest for me. I make a motion to table.
I second.
All those in favor of the tabling motion?
Do we need to have a roll call on a table, or I don't know? So
It's totally up to you.
Yeah, that is up to you. If everybody.
Just
clear.
leave your hand up so Judith can.
Okay. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So-
So we'll discuss that at another.
I'm sorry. Madam
all those
Chair.
opposed?
All those, yeah, all those opposed to the tabling motion?
Thank you.
And I would ask for the people listening only that the clerk or you, Madam Chair, give the totals.
Judith, would you mind sharing the totals?
I have, in favor, I have 5 people. Opposed, I have 4 people. I might have put Maureen down. Hold on.
I did not vote for the record.
Right. No, I didn't put you down.
I'm sorry, you said 5 in favor of the table?
In favor of it. Do you want me to tell you who it is?
Well, let's just raise our hands again, because I think all of us we've all voted, but that's not reflected. So just raise your hand again if you're vote in favor of the table motion. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favor.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7. Hold on.
Representative Martin, didn't have his hand up before, sorry.
Okay.
Representative Cardone, could you leave your hand up, please? Thank you.
I have hers.
Okay.
Yeah, I got that one. Millet, Pierce, Cardone, not Maureen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I gotta go slower because I'm still missing.
That's all right. You want to read the name?
Can I do them out loud?
Sure.
The roll call might be in order, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
Yes, that would be good. Senator, let's see, I have them in alphabetical order.
Okay.
So Senator Bailey?
Yes.
Senator Bailey votes yes. Senator Breen?
Yes.
Senator Breen votes yes. Senator Davis? Senator David is on.
No.
mute. It's no. Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Arata?
No.
Representative Arata, no. Representative Cardone?
Yes.
Representative Cardone, yes. Representative Cloutier?
Yes.
Representative Cloutier, yes. Representative Corey?
No.
Representative Corey, no. Representative Ducharme?
No.
Representative Ducharme, no. Representative Fay?
Yes.
Representative Fay, yes. Representative Hymanson?
Yes.
Representative Hymanson, yes. Representative Martin?
Yes.
Representative Martin, yes. Representative Millet?
No.
Representative Millet, no. Representative Pierce?
Yes.
Representative Pierce, yes. I have 8 yeses. Yeah, I have 8 yeses.
All those opposed?
I have 1.
You did that already?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
So may I pose a question, Madam Chair?
1 second. I just want to make sure our clerk has everything she needs.
I have 5 noes.
Okay. Representative Millet?
Question, given that we've tabled action on the bill? Is it the intent of the committee to put this issue on the table and not address it in the near term?
I don't know. I just felt like today was given that you're just laying out a fairly complicated piece of legislation verbally, I didn't feel like I could take an informed vote. So
I would like to see that proposal in your hands as quickly as possible if Maureen can do that. So
okay, sure.
we feel a sense of urgency and importance, and would hope that this not get pushed aside and left to wait until later in the session.
Understood. Thank you. So I think we can move on to the next LD, Maureen.
I sound better when I'm muted. LD 329 and LD 339 are very similar with one minor exception. The write-up I gave you was really for both of them. I could share the screen on that too, if that would help you.
Sure, go ahead.
Or not. Do you see it by any chance?
Not yet.
That was a lot to ask. Okay, hang on a second. Now, do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So this is just a write-up, and it talks. The first part is about the proponents and opponents. This is LD 329, 339. I believe it's there. And there, as written, they would replace in statute the requirement that the governor authorize the issuance of a general obligation bond that's been ratified by the legal voters of the state, unless one of 5 specific conditions exists. And it requires the governor to immediately inform legislative leadership if any of those conditions exist. It eliminates the requirement that registered bonds bear the facsimile signature of the governor. And LD 339 also includes a provision that the bill applies to general obligation bonds ratified by the voters but not yet issued. So I just summarized the proponents' testimony. There were no opposed, and the treasurers testified neither for nor against. That he said that he definitely supported the intent and spirit of both bills, and that the use of a statute to halt a nearly completed bond sale after previous approval could cause investors to perceive greater than normal risk. And in closing a bond sale, he also said, requires a great deal of participation for officials and employees who report to the governor. So that means, from his point of view, that it would be extremely difficult to craft legislation that mandates a sale that's strongly opposed by the governor. But he also said there may be unintentional tax consequences of mandating a sale resisted by the governor if that governor then blocks the logistics of the post-sale funding or project construction, meaning that if a bond is issued and the governor then takes steps or makes to ensure that the money isn't spent, that could have issues with arbitrage and federal laws. He said there was no compelling market reason or requirement from public finance law that necessitates a governor's signature on the documents. And removing the requirement for the governor's signature could signal the committee's supportive intent of the two bills. The wording of the bond bills themselves routinely reference issuance of sales by the direction of the governor. So, so there are some potential issues I just wanted you to think about as you work through this bill. Section 1 of the bill would require that the governor authorize the issuance of a general obligation bond bill. In Section 2, it removes the requirement that the bonds bear the governor's signature. And in the absence of there's an absence of a date by which the bond bills must be authorized in both bills. And that implies that I would think, without any other statement, it implies that within that 5-window time frame, so that the governor could take up to 5 years to do this. And then after 5 years, that would be that I'm not intending to for one of those reasons. So it would be 5 years before I think that you would know that the governor is not intending to issue the bond. Section 1 of the bill also lists conditions under which the governor may decline to authorize, and one of them being debt service greater than the amount budgeted. This exception, the term budget, is not really defined and may need clarification depending on your intent. For example, it could be that there's not enough debt service appropriated to cover the debt service that would increase by issuing the bonds, or that there's no intent to get something out of a supplemental budget. It's not unusual for a supplemental budget to ask for more debt service for bonds being issued. The fourth and the fifth conditions, projects not proceeding or funding not available. Further consideration may be given to specifying from whom the notification should be received. So if there's no money for it, there's nothing in that piece of statute that says who tells you that there's no money for it. How do you officially find out that's true? I added something since sending this to you. Section 4 goes back and says it of LD 339. That section is not in LD 329, and it says that it would apply to everything that's been ratified so far but unissued. Bond bills, I think the treasurer put this in his testimony. Bond bills, the bills themselves talk about having the governor directing the treasurer to issue the bonds. So you would have to just put notwithstanding language in that if you want to go forward. I can just share if I can. God knows it's not easy. No, I can't. That's interesting. I can't seem to unshare my screen. So you just have to live with that. I know this morning we had somebody who couldn't share their screen. Now we have somebody who can't.
If you go up to the top of your screen, I think it's where it says stop sharing.
It's on my other thing. Yeah. Huh. That's interesting. I'm just doing a new share here. So this is from the Treasurer's website, and I just wanted to give you this to show you the various points of this whole process that the Treasurer's website so nicely lays out that involves the governor. So that I think this speaks to the Treasurer's testimony that there are parts of the process that a bond could still be forwarded by the governor, even if so. That's just, I think, just to, he had included this in testimony on bills that were identical in previous legislatures, so I thought it might be helpful to you. Any questions?
Any questions for Maureen on what she just said?
Thank you, Senator. At work, I had to go to my other screen and share.
Representative Arata?
Thank you. I hit clap instead of hand raise, but I still applaud the presentation. Is it possible for bonds to be issued but not funded if the governor won't sign a budget that funds the obligation? Thanks.
Are you speaking of debt service?
Yes.
Representative?
Right.
It is in the main constitution that the debt service on general obligation bonds must be paid first, so that the treasurer will pay bond debt service no matter what. It's one part of the constitution that overrides your appropriation authority.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Maureen? Representative Corey. I think
Sorry, it's not a question. I can wait a minute.
Oh, okay. Any further questions for Maureen? All right. I think Senator Bailey or Representative Corey, it looks like, are one of you going to make a motion? Representative Corey, is that what you're hoping to do? Or do you have another question?
I'll make a motion. Ought to pass on, I guess we're going to have to choose one of the two bills. The bills are identical, correct, or almost identical?
They are, one of them has that extra provision of section 4, the one I just described about go bonds previously ratified that's still unissued would be subject to this. And that is LD 339.
Sure, I'll make a motion ought to pass on LD 339. Thanks.
Any as it stands, Representative?
Yes.
Maureen, I have a procedural question. Senator Bailey has an amendment to the bill that she'd like to introduce. So does that mean we've got to take a second on this motion and vote on it before we get to?
I think, and actually Mason's rules are pretty liberal on how you can conduct this. You can ask Senator Bailey to describe hers. It might be a friendly amendment, so that yeah, I think with this situation, I think you are free to do that if you want.
I'll withdraw my motion until I hear Senator Bailey's amendment.
Okay, thank you. Senator Bailey, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And not to unnecessarily complicate things, but my amendment is actually to 329. What I'm really focused on is that I do support the intent of both these bills. I think it is very important that once a bond goes through the legislative process, gets 2/3 of the vote of the legislature, then goes out to the people of the state, and they vote by a majority of the voters to pass the bond, that those bonds be issued. However, I also share and understand the concerns put forth by the Treasurer's Office in terms of the first part of the bill. So I'm trying to find that middle ground to kind of send that signal that I don't think a governor withholding their signature should hold up the issuance of a bond. And in looking at the second part of the bill about the governor's signature, I noticed that it does still leave intact that the treasurer and the DAFS commissioner needs to sign it. So I think that the executive branch still has a role to play. And so my amendment would be, again, on 329, to amend the bill, strike out everything other than removing the requirements of the signature of the governor.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Representative Fay. Any discussion on that?
Again, I have to talk louder if I'm not going to unmute. Can I get a little bit of clarification on that motion? Are you leaving in sections 2 and 3 of LD 329? Or is this leaving in just section 3 of LD 327? I think you said it, Senator. I just didn't. I mean 339.
I'm just leaving in, I guess you would call it section 2, caption signatures, which removes the word signatures of the governor and then the signature of the treasurer.
Section 2, registered bonds, it takes off the that the bonds must bear the facsimile of the signature of the governor.
Correct.
You're leaving that in.
Leaving that in. It'd be lines 37 to 41. Yeah.
And section 3, where it removes the signature of the governor from section 145-B of the statute, you're leaving that section in as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you are amending LD 329?
Correct.
Which does not have section 4 of the application being retroactive.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Corey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we ask the bill's sponsors thoughts on that amendment?
Sure. The amendment is to Representative Harnett's bill, so I would ask Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Senator Breen and Representative Peirce and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. Obviously, I wanted the entire bill, but I do understand the concerns raised by the treasurer. I think Senator Bailey's proposed amendment addresses my primary concern and primary reason for introducing this bill, which was to prevent the governor from effectively blocking the issuance of bonds and thwarting the will of a supermajority of a co-equal branch of government, that being this legislature, and the will of the majority of Mainers who voted through the referendum process. So I believe that by retaining sections 2 and 3 of section 320, LD 329, you effectively do that. So again, it's not, I thought the other part was important, but if that's what's causing heartburn to the treasurer and the financial markets, the primary goal was to prevent this type of interference by the chief executive. So I'm comfortable.
Senator Miramont, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Representative Peirce, everybody on the committee. And I've always been one that when we see a problem, to solve it with whatever works best. So that's no problem. I just wonder where it leaves the signature required of not just the treasurer, but someone who's under the control of the executive branch. Have we solved anything by leaving that in? That's my only question about that bill. Thank you.
Senator Bailey, do you want to address that question, or you want to leave things as they are?
I would leave things as they are. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Martin has his hand up. You're on mute, Representative Martin.
I agree. If a governor controls the executive branch, obviously the commissioner will do whatever the governor asks for. And so I don't leaving that position in there certainly negates the ability that, in the end, the governor is still going to be controlling it. If that's where we want to go, I'm not sure.
Appreciate the feedback. Not hearing Senator Bailey wanting to change her motion at this point. Representative Cardone?
That was the reason I do not intend to support the amendment. Again, I completely agree with the intent of this bill. But I perhaps have been made nervous by the treasurer's comments about bond authorization and the bond market and potential questions about the credit rating. And I have no problem in admitting the bond market is not something I intimately understand. And I do not want to do anything that jeopardizes anything with respect to our credit rating or ability to market our bills. I don't see where if we start taking signatures off, we talked about just the governor, and I think the treasurer addressed that. But if we start taking other executive branch signatures off, I don't know whether that creates any problems for us or not. So I would just urge the committee to tread very carefully here. I personally am not going to support any of these amendments just because I don't understand what is going to happen with them.
Representative Corey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a will of the people issue for me. When Senator Roger Cates offered these common sense, good governance measures to the legislature when he was here, I supported them then and will continue to do so today. I do have concerns about even still having the DAFS commissioner have to sign because, as it's been pointed out, they're under the direction of the governor. Why do I feel like I feel? So Article 9, Section 14 of Maine's Constitution defines the state's bonding process, putting authority with the legislature and the people, not the chief executive. This is our authority. The governor does have the opportunity to veto, when the bond is moving its way through the process. That one constitutional power gives them the opportunity to hold up a bond for political reasons. That's really what we're talking about here, is political reasons. Once the bond is sent to the voters, the chief executive's power to veto should end. They shouldn't be able to do it after the people make a decision. Finally, any power the chief executive enjoys to hold up a bond comes from this body through statute. So this stuff is a statute that we're talking about with regard to signatory authority. We're not talking about stuff that's in the Constitution that's not there. So I've taken some hard unpopular votes on this issue over the years. I think that I may have been the only one on the floor, I'm not positive, back when these initially came up to vote in favor of these bills. Many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted with me then. I do remember that. So me taking difficult votes on this, it's not going to end today. It's time that we consider good governance and restore our rightful and constitutional authority in the bonding process. Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments on the motion in front of us? Representative Millett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find myself in an awkward position of agreeing with my seatmate, Representative Cardone, and opposing a member of my own caucus. I do so with an experienced background that many of you don't really have, and that is that I've been involved in this process from the get-go, both as a legislator and as a DAFS commissioner, and working through and with governors in the past, all the way to Wall Street and all the way to the point of the sale itself. And I have to tell you all that the word of the executive branch of Maine state government is critical to a bond rating and to a bond sale. And to appear to want to just remove the chief executive elected by all of the people and leave only the state treasurer elected by a party selection, to me raises questions among the bond buyers. And I think the graphic that Maureen showed, where it really shows in detail the process of taking from voter ratification to issuance. And if you looked at that graph, you would see almost entirely the process is dependent upon executive branch people, from the commissioner DAFs, the controller, the state budget officer, the main revenue services people, and all of the actions that precede a sale, including temporary uses of financial orders to initiate progress toward a project, are all done within the executive branch. And the official statement, which is the document that has the imprint of all members of the executive branch and the involvement of the treasurer and deputy treasurer, is a pretty important document. And to send it to the bond rating agencies with an implied message that, oh, by the way, the governor does not have a voice in this process, I think raises a lot of questions. So without belaboring the issue, I will vote against these two bills and any amendments there too.
All right. Don't see any other hands up. I think we should probably call the roll on the motion ought to pass as amended.
And that would be LD 329.
On LD 329.
Senator Breen?
No.
Senator Breen votes no. Senator Bailey?
Yes.
Senator Bailey votes yes. Senator Davis?
No.
Senator David votes no. Representative Arata?
No.
Representative Arata votes no. Representative Cardone?
No.
Representative Cardone votes no. Representative Cloutier?
Yes.
Representative Cloutier votes yes. Representative Corey?
Yes.
Representative Corey votes yes. Representative Ducharme?
No.
Representative Ducharme votes no. Representative Fay?
Yes.
Representative Fay votes yes. Representative Hymanson?
No.
Representative Hymanson votes no. Representative Martin?
No.
Representative Martin votes no. Representative Millet?
Millet, no.
Representative Millet votes no. Representative Pierce?
No.
Representative Pierce votes no. Hold on one second. I have 4 yeses and 9 nos.
So the motion ought to pass as amended fails, and I will speak for the majority. Oh, go ahead, Representative Hurst.
I would make a motion of ought not to pass. Or is that technically what I need to do, Maureen?
Pardon? Yeah. Are you asking if that's an appropriate point in the process to make that
Right.
motion?
Yes. I make a motion not to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who seconded it?
Senator Davis.
Thank you. Want to do a roll call?
Yes, please.
Senator Breen?
Yes.
Senator Breen votes yes. Senator Bailey?
No.
Senator Bailey votes no. Senator Davis?
Yes.
Senator Davis votes yes. Representative Arata?
Yes.
Representative Arata votes yes. Representative Cardone?
Yes.
Representative Cardone votes yes. Representative Cloutier?
No.
Representative Cloutier votes no. Representative Corey?
No.
Representative Corey votes no. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme votes yes. Representative Fay?
No.
Representative Fay votes no. Representative Hymanson?
Yes.
Representative Hymanson votes yes. Representative Martin?
Yes.
Representative Martin votes yes. Representative Millet.
Yes.
Representative Millet votes yes. Representative Pierce.
Yes.
Representative Pierce votes yes. Hold on 1 minute. The vote is 4 noes, 9 yeses.
So the minority, I imagine, is the Bailey amendment. Is that the minority report?
It is for me, Madam Chair.
Any other minority reports?
Even though I don't like the DAF's commissioner stuff in there, I'm going to support Senator Bailey.
Are you waiting for me?
No, I just want to make sure you know what the minority report is.
I do not.
I do. The
Okay.
minority report is ought to pass as amended.
Okay.
Okay, so that concludes the work session on LD 329.
So now we need LD 327. I'm sorry, LD 339.
LD 339. Is there a motion on LD 339? Representative Peirce?
Madam Chair, I move ought not to pass on LD 339.
Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Representative Cardone. All in favor? Well, let's call the roll. Go ahead, Judith, call the roll.
Senator Breen.
Yes.
Senator Breen votes yes. Senator Bailey.
Yes.
Senator Bailey votes yes. Senator Davis.
Yes.
Senator Davis votes yes. Representative Arata.
Yes.
Representative Arata votes yes. Representative Cardone.
Yes.
Representative Cardone votes yes. Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Cloutier votes yes. Representative Corey.
No.
Representative Corey votes no. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme votes yes. Representative Fay.
Yes.
Representative Fay votes yes. Representative Hymanson.
Yes.
Representative Hymanson votes yes. Representative Martin.
Yes.
Representative Martin votes yes. Representative Millet.
Yes.
Representative Millet votes yes. Representative Pierce.
Yes.
Representative Pierce votes yes.
So I believe the motion passed unanimously?
No.
No, sorry. What is the?
I have 12 yeses and 1 no.
Okay, what is the minority report?
Ought to pass as amended using the language from the previous bill. I want to make 2 floor speeches.
All right.
So that would be Senator Bailey's amendment that she had proposed on the other one. Was just taking sections 2 and 3, but not sections 1 and 4.
Representative Corey, can you confirm that for Maureen, please?
Sure, yes.
All right, so that concludes the work session on LD 339.
My last bill goes down in flames.
Thank you for
Thank
joining
you.
us.
Bye-bye.
It didn't completely go down in flames, Senator Muro.
Thank you. You're right. We could talk more. Thanks.
Thank you all. Take care.
Thanks. Representative Hanley, did he leave or is he still here? I think he left. All right, so that concludes our work session on the bills we were going to work today. And now we're going to turn our attention to a couple of report backs that we've gotten back from our colleagues on some policy committees. And we have not actually had the chance because the State House was closed this week due to the flood. We did not have a chance to sit with, do a chairs and leads and make up our usual lists that we do. But since most of these 2 report backs were fairly unanimous, we figured, and especially with Maureen's prompting, we could go through and make a first pass at these, and then, table liberally. If there are things you're not ready to vote on, just pop on and say move to table. Judith, do you need something?
No, I'm good.
All right, could you mute yourself? Because I'm hearing Mandy in the background. Thank you. All right, so shall we start with HCIFS? So this is the time when we're gonna vote on the budget using the document that the Committee of Jurisdiction sent back to us, which is called a report back. So we're looking at a memo from the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services dated March 14th, 2022. There is a bit of a narrative discussion on what was in the budget, and then there's also an additional recommendation to include a bill that's on the table. So we're going to leave off the bill for now and vote on what is in the budget. So I'll turn your attention to page 1. It says section A1, appropriations and allocations. And I can see that the Committee of Jurisdiction voted that in 13-0. So I would ask my co-chair if you have a motion on that.
I'd like to keep this one tabled for the moment.
Okay. Table that for now.
Mm-hmm. I can move on to the next one though, which is Health Insurance 0455, reference number 32.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to move that in. Sometimes my good friend, Representative Millett, helps me with seconds. I don't know if he's interested in helping me today.
I will second that motion.
Thank you.
All right. Any discussion on that?
Oh, and I'd also like to include reference 33 because they're connected for one vote.
Second to both.
Madam Chair, it's been a while since we've been on Zoom, but I feel like we did our thumbs up for this as a quick way to vote for these straw votes, but I'll leave it to your discretion. I'm just remembering that now.
Yeah, I just have to make sure I announce it so that the public knows. So if you would like to support the motion, you can go down to your reaction, go to the bar, and you can find a thumb up, and you can put your thumb up as I just did if you support the motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So this is for reference 32 and 33?
Correct. Because they go together.
Okay.
Unless I'm mistaken, which Maureen can correct me, I thought they did go together.
They
Thank
do.
you.
It's both, it's a transfer, it reorganizes a position from and it transfers it. So it's one of those hybrid initiatives. So yes, they do go together. If you want to do one without the other, then you probably want to.
I'm happy to withdraw my motion and do them separately if that's has more comfort.
Well, it can't really, as it's written, it can't really be separated. So if you're interested in doing one piece of this hybrid, such as the reorganization, and not the transfer, then we would probably table it and talk about it.
Well, then I'll just leave my motion on the floor to move in both reference number 32 and 33 on page 1. Are you okay with that, Representative Millett, my motion?
Second to both.
I guess I'm curious if I'd rather table it than take a divided vote at this point.
The straw
Because
votes.
they're going back and forth.
No, these were the straw votes I had mentioned to you.
Yep.
You don't have to do
Because I'm thinking,
anything.
who's going to keep track of this?
Oh,
No,
Judith?
not you.
Judith, can you mute yourself, please?
Can you move your, yeah, thank you.
And can you make me a co-host, please? Thank you.
So I'm happy to remove my motion and just keep this table.
Yeah, like I said, I think we just want to
Yeah, right. Low hanging fruit. I get it.
Yeah, okay. So the next item then would be on page 2 of the report back. It's initiative, it's accident, sickness, health insurance, reference number 34. It's a reclass. Do we want to vote on that or table it? I think we're ready to vote that in, but if I'll look to Representative Millet, are you ready to vote on that? Or are you gonna?
We were ready to go with it.
Okay.
I make a motion to move in reference number 34.
Second?
Okay. All those, well, let's do the thumbs up again. All those in favor?
It looks like Representative Deschar might have a question. I don't know.
Oh, Representative Deschar, do you have a question?
No, I hit the wrong button.
So the problem with the thumbs up is that it goes away very quickly and it's
Right.
very hard for the clerk to take the tally. So I'm thinking maybe we should just say it, just roll call it maybe.
May I make a suggestion, Madam Chair?
Sure.
That we can assume a unanimous in unless somebody pipes up and says table.
Okay.
We give them some time, and if nobody pipes up and says table, then it's unanimous in.
Okay, thank you.
Unless somebody objects to that process.
Does that work for you, Madam Co-Chair?
That works for me.
And for my leads, does that work?
Sure.
Okay, Representative Cloutier?
So unanimous, just so that we're clear, is 13-0 today. Is that right?
If everybody is here, then it would be 13-0 today.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we are in unanimously on reference number 34. Unless there's somebody here who'd like to vote against it or table it. Okay.
Do you want me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Reference number 35 is a reclassification. I'd like to make a motion to move that in.
Second?
Any discussion or interest in tabling? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to assume that's 13-0 in. And we will turn the page to page 4, reference number 946. I think we will table that because it's a new position. And we'll move down to reference number 952. An approved reorg. Representative Peirce?
I make a motion to move that in.
Second?
Any discussion or interest in tabling? All right, so we'll move in 13-0. And then we're in language part Q.
Madam Chair, this is a adding of the Director of the Office of Affordable Healthcare to the list of salaries for state officials and employees within salary range 89. It's part of a public law that we passed, and I'd like to make a motion to move that in.
We would like to table this one if it's okay.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So that concludes the report back on the budget. We appreciate our colleagues sending us new initiatives, but we're not going to be voting on those, taking straw votes on those today. We'll see if those come up at another time. So the next report back we will vote on, and will be actually the last one we do today, will be from our colleagues in transportation. Flipping to it. All right, so this is a report back from The chairs of transportation dated March 9th, 2022. And it looks like they had a lot of unanimous votes as well. But there are, of course, a few new positions. So I assume that we would table the first initiative on page 1, reference number 958. We'll table. Okay, I see heads nodding. The second initiative is reference number 959. I think we were ready to vote that in, but I don't know if the Republicans are.
We're ready.
Yes, okay.
I'll make a motion to move in reference 959, which deals with increasing the hours of the forensic chemist technician.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right, any opposition? All right, so we'll assume it's in 13-0. And at the bottom of page 1, there's an initiative to establish 3 state police troopers. Again, I think we will leave that, table that and leave that to another day when we're talking about positions. The same thing is true for page 2, reference number 961. Table that. Table the next initiative, reference number 962, again, new positions. Turning to page 3, reference number 963 is actually 8 new positions. So we will table those for today. And then we'll go down to, at the bottom of page 3, reference number 964. I think we were ready to vote that in. Representative Peirce?
I make a motion to move in reference number 964, dealing with evidence tracking software.
Second the motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll assume that we're 13-0 unless anyone objects. All right, 13-0 in. The next initiative is on page 4 of the report back, and it's reference number 965. Provides funding for technology costs for the evidence tracking software annual fees. I think we were ready to vote that in.
I make a motion to move that in.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Opposition? Seeing none, we'll assume that's 13, that's in 13-0. Next initiative is reference number 966. Provides one-time funding to upgrade polygraph equipment.
I make a motion to move that in.
We would like to table that one if we might.
All right, we'll table that.
I withdraw my motion, sorry.
Thank you. How about the next initiative, number 967?
Table that one too, Madam Chair.
Table that, all right. Turn the page to page 5 of the report back. The next item is reference number 968. Software costs and increased technology costs for Odyssey software system.
I make a motion to move reference 968 in.
Second the motion.
Any discussion or opposition? Seeing none, I'll assume we're in 13-0. Next item, reference number 969.
I make a motion to move in reference 969 with the Police State Crime Lab.
Second.
Any discussion? Opposition? We'll vote in 13-0. Number 970, reference number 970 at the bottom of page 5. Technology costs related to server licenses and yearly maintenance for the Maine State Police Crime Lab.
I make a motion to move in reference number 970.
Second.
Any discussion or opposition? All right, well, that's in 13-0. And then the last item is a new position, so I think we'll table that. And we're going to table part PP as well. So I think that concludes our voting on report backs for today. And unless my co-chair or Maureen tells me otherwise, I think that concludes our committee work for the day.
I believe so.
Maureen, have you heard anything from the DAS commissioner about visiting us next week to present the change package?
I have not heard from the DAPS commissioner. So.
Okay, hopefully you will soon and you'll be able to post it.
It will be posted on the Bureau of Budget website when they come out with it.
The content.
Correct.
But if it winds up on our schedule, you'll post it on our
schedule. Is pending. If we may put one out prior to knowing about any change package, so if the interested parties get that, they can keep an eye out for an update to that should anything develop.
Thank you. Representative Cloutier, was there something you wanted to? No, just want to say hi. I appreciate that. Anything else, folks, before we call it a week? Hopefully this week of not being able to use the State House is not going to put us too far behind. So we have a lot more report backs in our inboxes and on your chairs. Your chairs in the AFA are piled up. If you need those, I suggest you pop in and grab them. And that's it for today. Thank you all. Have a great weekend.
Bye.